We're live from Jackson, Michigan at Jax 60 for the PBA50 David Smalls Jax 60 Classic, exclusively on FloBowling. And it is round 2 of qualifying day. Jeff Goodger with Phil Brylow. Phil, we saw round 1 yesterday, 8 more games today, and all trying to get to the matrix of fairness tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting as once again we have a part-time player on the top of the standings board. Last week, Eugene Mccoon finished on top. We were at the Spectrum Lanes Open. Steve Giles comes out of the gates yesterday, makes a 7-10 in game 2, and then parlays that into ending up taking the round 1 lead. However, as you said, Jeff, 8 more games today, and we've seen a lot of jostling on leaderboards the last couple of weeks. We've seen guys make huge runs and guys make huge drops. Our top 36 far from set yet.
And 2 withdrawals between yesterday and today. So you'd think that our 2 5-per pairs would now be 4-per pairs. It's actually just one of those is now going to be a 4-per pair. The pair with Walter Ray Williams on it has been doing so well collectively that they would not remove anybody from that 5s.
Yeah, they don't want somebody getting on the same pair 2 days in a row, that type of thing. So in order to keep it fair, we have the matrix of fairness. Now apparently we have the roster of fairness as well here in the PBA 50 Tour.
Just below 36th place, advanced to tomorrow's final day here, the PBA 50 Jax 60 Classic. Hope you have a good time today. Enjoy the competition. Let's give the players a nice send-off to start them up. Guys, good luck.
Here it is, game 1 of today, game 9 of the event. For each player, Parker Bone, James Campbell, Bill Vinoy, and James Stortz.
And once again, a fresh application of the giant Petraglia pattern, 37 feet in length on this newly installed lane surface here inside of Jax 60, the surface less than a month old.
Your laptop is a month old. Well, that's great. If you could use a nice heavy paperweight.
Lane surface is a month old.
Well, that's great.
Yes.
If you could use a nice heavy paperweight. Those are song lyrics, Phil.
Any particular band that was the author of that particular song?
Yes.
So Scott Merritt, if you had him on your winner's parlay card this week, unfortunately your ticket no longer valid as Merritt is one of the 2 withdrawals coming into today. And also if you had John Chapman on your parlay card for the week in your win, place, or show, will actually be your trifecta card, not your parlay. Parlay is multiple events with picking the winner. So if you had John Chapman on your trifecta card this week as well, unfortunately that ticket no longer valid as Chapman is withdrawn from the event.
This is really disappointing because I had Chapman, Merritt, and Norm Duke on my
Oh,
trifecta.
jeez. You got dinged as soon as the first ball of this event got thrown.
Yeah.
Looking at our mystery roving reporter, and she has a flamingo scarf on this morning. It looks quite good on her. I gotta admit, I dig the flamingo.
Yeah. Slap a vice patch on there and complete it.
I want to thank Dave Small for the tour of his kitchen facilities this morning.
Yeah.
Showing us how hard his staff is working today to prepare for the lunch rush he's expecting as this round progresses.
That was actually the first kitchen tour I've ever received in this bowling webcasting career.
I've unintentionally toured the kitchen in Brentwood, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, I'm not counting when you end up in kitchens. I'm a specific come into this kitchen and look at what we do.
Yeah.
With 5 seconds before we were supposed to be on.
Well, and you think that there would have been like some sort of free samples involved or that type of thing.
Not at a fun time center.
So let's give you a rundown of your top 10 from yesterday. We did mention Steve Jaros, 7-time PBA Tour title winner, looking for his first on the PBA50 Tour in a very limited schedule. Jaros, plus 315. Mark Williams in second, plus 284. Keith Lesko in third, plus 281. Joe Carlson in fourth. Carlson was in your top spot most of the day. He and Todd Chell were fighting back and forth, but Carlson ends up in fourth. Harry Sullivan's in fifth. Brian Kretzer sixth. Todd Chell in seventh. Kevin Foley, best showing of the season at this point for Foley, in eighth. Ryan Schaefer ninth. Mark Sullivan 10th. Takes a 231.75 average to stay in the top 8 currently. And, of course, that top 8 all important because that gets you 2 rounds of buys in the Matrix of Fairness. Tomorrow, you don't have to show up in the building here at Jack 60 until, well, 3:14 p.m. Competition begins at 3:15. If you want to show up and get no practice, it's entirely up to you. But the official start of competition tomorrow for that match play round 2 is 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. You finish 9th through 24th. You get 1 round to buy. You start at noon tomorrow. We already mentioned Schaefer and Sullivan. Some other notables include Parker Bone III, Ricky Schisler, Ron Moore, Steve Hoskins, Walter Ray Williams Jr., Bob Learn Jr., Brian Voss, Doug Kent, and Lenny Borsch Jr. is the number right now at plus 137, a 217.1 average for Borsch to be in the number 24 spot. And then the all-important 36 spot, that's the last regular spot that would advance into Cash's round tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, your start time for Cash's round, along with the extra 8 players, those PBA 60 members that are closest to 36th, but not inside the top 36. Some notables inside the Cash's round window right now would be Giant Petraglia, Sammy Ventura, and the man on the number is Dale Schuda. And Ted Steichoff, they're both tied for that number 36 spot at plus 106, but that point would be moot as they're both PBA 60 players. There would be no roll-off. And Steichoff, Schuda, and 7 other PBA 60 players in that case would have made up the extra 8. Because the Matrix of Fairness is righteous, the Matrix of Fairness is just, and the Matrix of Fairness requires all players to start every round with the same score.
0.
Nada. darn thing. Nil, zilch, null set, null and void. Not a damn thing. That's your pinfall when you start. As Willy Wonka once said, you get nothing. Good day, sir. And then little Charlie Bucket gave the everlasting gobstopper back, and all was well. Some other notables in the field currently not inside the top 36 include Pete Weber, currently 46th at plus 95. Last week's champion Eugene Mccoon, 48th at plus 91. Michael Haugen Jr., last event, he gets to put reigning player of the year in front of his name. Haugen Jr. in 51st at plus 83. And Brian LeClaire, who was the hottest hand in the PBA for a few weeks, LeClaire currently 59th in the standings at plus 65. He may be 59th in the standings, but we know he's not there in the power rankings. That's right. Your FloBowling power rankings for both the PBA 50 and PBA Tours. The latest editions available for you under the rankings tab.
There's just one more PBA 50 power rankings left, Phil.
Will there be a
what will we do?
Wait until next April.
Oh, yeah.
Debate for 7 months on what will be coming next. I do like, though, that the power rankings this week did take into determination whether or not a player was on the roster for this event here in Jackson. It did keep one player in the power rankings by just being on the roster as compared to two others who were not making this season-ending event for the PBA 50 players.
I appreciate you appreciating that. So there's been a little confusion about what power rankings actually are. Every other sport does them. And the intent, at least per my understanding of the way Flo does it, is it's not a definitive ranking. That's what the points list is for. We're talking about players who have had season-long success, yes, but heavier weight given to recent success or what may happen in the future. For instance, I think going into the Senior U.S. Open, Mika Koivuniemi he made the list toward the bottom of it, and he had not bowled a single event. But
correct.
And then he went and made the stepladder final. So whoever's putting those rankings together is absolutely correct every time, in my opinion.
As you said, it goes by the ebbs and flows of each week of the PBA 50 season. It doesn't go by a certain set time frame. It does not have to, not required to by law.
Right.
Therefore, the panel that puts that power rankings into play can use their own judgments in those cases, and sometimes you do get some things other people may feel as odd in the rankings, but other people feel they're exactly right. When somebody has proven themselves in an event such as Mika Koivuniemi has, being defending champion at the Suncoast PBA Senior U.S. Open, there's no doubt they should be in the power rankings going into that event. And Mika held very true as he was just a couple of shots away from taking down Tori Torgerson and defending his title.
But that's all the fun of the power rankings, is the debate over who should be where, who should be in, who shouldn't be in. And there are cases to be made for several players, both PBA and PBA50. And sometimes, because you never see the names, like in the college football poll, you always see the others receiving votes. We don't see that on the FloBowling rankings, and that is deliberate. But there are others receiving votes, I can promise that. And sometimes ties are broken based on whims. For instance, the current PBA power rankings, number 20 is A.J. Johnson. And as you know, Phil, from watching this season, A.J. Johnson has not had a great season. But he just finished second at the Striking Against Breast Cancer mixed doubles. And he's coming into the summer tour where he generally performs pretty well. So why not?
I mean, that's another case there, too, where literally it came down to one shot out of 20 games determining whether or not A.J. Johnson and his partner Aaron McCarthy would have ended up as champions at the Striking Against Breast Cancer mixed doubles. I don't think winning the title would have ranked him that much higher, maybe 19th.
No, 20th. Either way.
Yeah, with the season he's had. So, but once again, when you make the PBA league, he had an okay outing in Lubbock, Texas. And as you said, he usually performs well. For some reason, in these shorter format, the old Extra Frame Tour, now USBC Cup events. And it wouldn't surprise me if A.J. Johnson made a step ladder or two between Chesapeake, Wilmington, Middletown, and Coldwater. And, of course, it's home cooking for him when he gets to the summer swing at Bowling Center, less than 10 miles from his home. And he and Sean Rash both consider that their home center at Parkside Lanes. So one may think that may give a slight advantage to Johnson when we get there to wrap up the USBC Cup points accumulation with the FloBowling Summer Swing.
Well, and speaking of points accumulation, I just out of curiosity, after the last PBA power rankings came out, I looked at the PBA points list, and we're talking about A.J. Johnson, and he's lowest on the points list of anybody in the power rankings. And there are several players who are not in the power rankings who have more points than A.J. Johnson. But I compared the two, and the top 17 players on the PBA points list are all ranked in the power rankings. And 18, 19, and 20 are the only three who are currently outside the power rankings, which of course raises the fun debate of why. Why are they?
Right.
But it's all subjective. That's the whole point.
Right. And if you look at the USBC Cup point standings, your two winners are on top. Third place right now, A.J. Johnson. Solid finish in Lubbock. Solid finish in Houston. And that, I'm sure, played into the thought process of the power ranking committee as well.
Speaking of those points, Phil, Sherman and Buttriff on top, followed by the aforementioned A.J. Johnson, E.J. Tackett, Stu Williams, Anthony Lavery Spar, Kyle Troop, Chris Prather, Zeke Bate, Andrew Anderson. And actually, only 7 of those 10 are currently on the PBA power rankings, so perhaps some adjustments are afoot.
Zeke Bate, once again, not a good season for Zeke to this point. I'd have to go back and look, but off the top of my head, I can only remember one match play round Zeke made on a very limited Winter Tour schedule. But Bate, match play in Lubbock and just missing match play in Houston with his partner, Anita Arnett. So a solid performance in Chesapeake, Zeke Bate could find himself inside that power ranking top 20. But once again, best way to discuss your power rankings with your friends, grab a cold beverage at your local bowling center this summer, get a little practice in league session right around the corner, and debate not just your top 20 on the Go Bowling PBA Tour, but your top 15 here on the PBA50 Tour.
Here's one of them, Parker Bone.
Parker with the wave. I do like the fact, though, that the committee did take into consideration for Buttroff his reason for the non-participation in Houston, and that a couple of medals at the Pan Am Games. He had only won one by the time the power rankings came out in the doubles event with Nick Pate. But it was nice to see that the power ranking committee took that into consideration, and his performance against some of the best players in the Western Hemisphere. You look at some of the names on both sides. I mean, the team that he and Nick Pate lost to, with Christian Azcona, PBA Tour titleist, and Jean Perez, who does a phenomenal regional tour schedule as well. You're bowling against your fellow competitors. Yeah, it's not the same competition. But it was nice to see the committee take that into consideration for Buttroff to keep him at that number 3 ranking.
Well, you see all these events coming up, and how do you not look at number 2 and number 3 in the rankings and think that they could conceivably win all of them or split them between themselves with Tackett and Buttroff? You would put Belmonte in that category, but he won't be at the events. His next rostered event is the Summer Swing in Aurora for Jason Belmonte, the current number 1.
Got a message from our mystery roving reporter, Joel Carlson. Had a solid day yesterday. We saw him in the flow zone get the front 10 one game. Carlson now sitting on the front 9 outside of flow zone coverage, but if he gets to that 12th shot, we'll bring some highlights of it during game 2. So players finishing up this opening qualifying game of their 8-game block. That's the most vulgar fraction in bowling, 1/8.
12.5%.
Player movement, new faces coming into flow zone as the PBA50 David Smalls Jax 60 Classic, presented by Track, rolls on exclusively from start to finish this week on FloBowling.
Yep, we walked down there.
I started class yesterday.
Yeah. He's already down here. That guy already served the black shirt. Oh, okay. I think him every day. Every time we were bowling, I'd walk up to she was there. I walked up to him, you're dropping down.
Sammy said we should have got an Uber.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hit you right on your back.
Yeah.
Jax 60.
Alright.
Yeah. Solid 230.
I saw your score sheet yesterday with a bunch of 2-0s and 2 teens. Like you carried,
Not
you
2
carried
teens,
guys.
2 O's.
2-0s, okay.
I have one game with 2 20s. No. Yeah, 2 games with 2 20s. I finished with. I have one game with 2 teens, the rest with 2 O's, and I still have a 180 in there. Yeah, I went 185, I think, and 226 was my high game there 2 weeks ago. And 2 games of grinding against it. And I thought I'd be like 50 out of the number. It was only 20 out of the number. That's a surprise. But the other problem was they're taking 36 and I'm taking 31st. So it's still 15 guys, which is too much.
It's well packed.
Yeah.
Good news about that is you have a good day, you can find yourself in 10.
I needed a hammer more than I didn't quite get it.
Yeah, that's early.
Well, they weren't to start though, that's the thing.
You know what the problem is? No toast. Breakfast.
Nothing loosens you up like 300.
But yeah, no toast
If you're coming down to Jax 60, watch the players in person the next couple of days. But your young ones might not want to stay and watch 3 or 4 hours of bowling. You got a great option here in Jackson with the YMCA Summer Day Camp. Keeps going through August 16th, including sending the young ones on a trip to the Jackson County Fair the week of August 5th. And they got a half-day swim camp coming up as well. So come on down to Jax 60. Enjoy some food, enjoy an adult beverage, enjoy some PBA50 bowling. Let the kids have a little fun in the sunshine. The YMCA Summer Day Camp here in Jackson.
Somebody in Austin said something about it. Go in the area. Don't keep anybody happy though. Flamingo Pen. Whenever you're ready, you gotta reset my connection.
We'll have your Game 1 scoring recap coming up shortly. But we had a little bit of excitement outside the flow zone at the end of Game 1 with Joel Carlson coming up on the front 9. Carlson's been in the top 10 of the event most of this week. And there is his first shot in the 10th. Steps up, fires on number 2, no problem. Getting those to go down. And here comes the shot at perfection for Carlson. A little right of where he was last time, but he scrambles them up, and you see all 10 go down. And that is our first 300 of the week here. Even Harry Sullins had to congratulate Carlson on that shot. That's rare to see a Harry Sullins congratulation on the lanes during a round.
find that after the round?
53.
I missed it. I was looking at it. We were running the video. We'll get that pulled off. That sounded really good. Yeah, first over there. I just didn't get all of it. Yeah, it looked like it wiggled a little, but I mean, I got a good look out there. A little soft. I feel every ball like that first game will hit 178. I'm going down to see how Chuck looks. All right, I'll be back, buddy. No commentary for us. Oh. You're in the ambient audio, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, we're like getting more out there. This is great like here. Let's look at field 7 where they got it behind the that's a great fisheye look. That's a GoPro. Well, they got the rights to it. That's all that matters. Right. It's not that. I'm sure it's pretty wrong. Hey, look at this. Pointing your camera at the flag. Of course, I guarantee you this is zero commentary too. Two cameras. Welcome to Flow Sullivan.
So not a surprise that Joel Carlson vaults into the lead of this event with his perfect game to start. Took Carlson up to plus 375. Steve Jaros, 208 opening game, keeps Jaros in second, plus 323. Harry Sullins in third at plus 309. Mark Williams sharing that number. Ryan Schaefer up in the fifth. His 235 start gets Schaefer up to plus 275. Keith Lesko, 189 start drops Lesko to sixth at plus 270. Kevin Foley stays near status quo at plus 260 after a 206 opening start. Doug Kent with a big move, 279 opening game, moves Kent into the eighth spot at plus 254. And Brian Kretzer falls down to ninth, 177 opening game, puts Kretzer in ninth at plus 247. Ricky Schisler just a pin behind in 10th, plus 246. Right now, that all-important cut number, Michael Snow. His 223 game puts Snow in the 36th position at plus 121. Michael Haugen Jr., who we saw convert the 2-8-10 in the second frame, and he did it left-handed on this pair. Haugen Jr. just outside the cut line, 38th currently for Haugen at plus 118. Chris Keene, 34th at plus 125. Keene, though, having a bit of a advantage to taking out a check from this event as he is a PBA60 member. And he could be one of the extra 8 if he falls out of the top 36. Don Blatchard, rough week for Blatchard. Minus 45 through his first 9 games and 93rd. And Mike Keogh trying to hang on into the side of the top 36. Keogh, 224 opening game, has him at plus 150, 29th position. Bob Learn Jr. 204 opening game has Learn in 18th, plus 199. Learn trying to make a big vault up the board. This game, he started with the front 5. Bob Learn with his second top 10 finish of the season last week in the Spectrum Lanes Open, where he finished in 8th place. And a huge break there for Learn. You saw the timing. Get a little quick at the line. Learn up on the toes, that follow through a little more than usual, and he trips the 4-9 to have the front 6. Galen Keys, rough start to his week. Same for Gary Schluchter. Schluchter, though, minus 4 on the week to this point. Michael Duran, he's on the outside of the top 36 looking in right now. 41st position for Duran at plus 110. Some other notables outside the top 36 right now looking to fight. We mentioned Michael Haugen Jr. Bruce Hall, plus 109. Ted Steichoff, plus 106, but they are both PBA 60 players, so they're still in the extra 8 currently. Brian Leclerc, 239 opening game for Leclerc, has moved up to plus 104. Same number for John Petraglia, Petraglia, though, he's pretty much near the last spot for the Super Seniors. Johnny needs to put a little work in. Pete Weber's 198 opening game leaves Pete at plus 93. Tom Baker plus 72 for that PBA Hall of Famer. Tony Johnson plus 36. Gary Alstott plus 33. And John Marsala. Marsala in 80th position plus 1 for the lefty. Bob Learn Jr., rough year for him out here, battling a hamstring injury early on. Only cashed in 2 of his first 5 events. And actually, it's somewhat ironic that for PBA50 events, he's cashed in every other tournament he's bowled realistically. Didn't cash in the BVL Open, cashed in the National Championship, didn't cash in Mooresville, cashed in New Jersey, didn't cash in the Brentwood event, cashed in Vegas at the Senior U.S. Open, didn't cash in Minnesota, cashed at Hammond, didn't cash in Anderson, cashed in Wyoming. Therefore, one would think Bob Learn due to not make any money this week, but he's well on the path of getting a paycheck here in Jackson. Currently 18th in the standings and working on the front 7. It's been 4 years since we've seen Bob Learn Jr. in the winner's circle on the PBA50 Tour. Last time we saw him was at the PBA50 PBA Tour South Shore Doubles, where he took down that title with DJ Archer back in August of 2015. He's had a couple of runner-up finishes. Had one in 2016 at the PBA50 Pro Bowl Championship in Fort Wayne. Had another one, lost to Lenny Borsch Jr. in the famous Leapin' Lenny clip. In 2017 at the Villages, also finished in second. In 2017 at the South Shore Open. And last year, the infamous cell phone incident during the River City Extreme Open stepladder final, where Michael Haugen Jr. ended up taking the title away from Bob Learn by a single pin after Learn was distracted by a cell phone going off early in the match. Michael Duran been a rough year out here on the PBA50 Tour for his rookie campaign. He's only made one visit to the pay window. That was at the season opening event in Clearwater, 28th place at the Giant Petraglia BVL Open. And I apologize for the partial nudity from Schlichter. Wow, that was pale. And he still gets his shirt half off on the approach. He's actually in the runway now. I don't know if he's... What exactly happened there?
I don't think you have to wear the front of the shirt as long as you still have the back with your name on it.
What if you just have your name tattooed
I think that
on your
might
back?
be legal. Yes, that's fine.
That was a serious amount of pale on our screen.
As long as the tattoo was done by a high five artist per the exclusive jersey agreement.
You'd have to,
official jersey of PBA.
I guess ink is a form of dye, and it is sublimated into your skin. Therefore, you'd have to have the high five gear logo as well between the shoulder blades.
Right.
In the yoke of the shirt. And there's something you don't see every day there from Galen Keys. The light pocket's 7'8". He looks nonplussed about that particular leave.
Here's Bob Learn.
Half-naked men and light 7/8s in the pocket. Welcome to the PBA50 Tour on FloBowling, everybody.
And front eights. How about front nine? Yes. Bob Learn putting up the front nine on that pair is even more impressive than it normally would be for Mr. 300.
It's been a while since Mr. 300 has had a 300 out here on the PBA50 Tour. Over a year.
Nice. Galen Keys, perfect. Takes out the 7-8.
2018 Giant Petraglia BVL Open, the last 300 game for Bob Learn Jr. He's on 6 straight years with a 300 on the PBA50 Tour. Can he extend it out to 7 in the 10th frame of this second game of Day 2 qualifying? PBA50 David Smalls Jax 60 Classic. Is waiting for... I had my sunglasses on that time when Schlichter was making his way back. More for my personal protection than anyone else's. Duran, 258 start this morning to give him at that current plus 110 number he has overall in 41st position. This game's not going to help him advance any further towards the top 36. And along with the front nine here for Bob Learn Jr., we have a front nine for Dale Schutte down on lanes 15 and 16. Our mystery roving reporter will get us some bonus footage if Schutte takes that all the way through to the 12th shot. Schutte currently in 51st at plus 95. Schutte also the advantage of being a PBA60 member. He's actually the cut number for the extra 8 currently after 9 games. So Schutte looking to get that cushion for advancement into the matrix of fairness. PBA50 David Smalls Jax 60 Classic presented by Track. Second game of day 2 qualifying. And Bob Learn Jr. looking for his first 300 in over a year on the PBA50 Tour. And even with the suspect footwork on that first ball of the 10th frame, Learn takes all 10 down. Learn 6 consecutive years in the PBA50 Tour with a perfect game to his credit. This event his last chance to extend that streak to 7 years. And ironic that they call him Mr. 300, as he's only looking for his 51st PBA 300 game. Less than half of our leaders in the 300 category, Parker Bone III and Walter Ray Williams Jr., who both have over 110 perfect games to their credit. Right now, though, Bob Learn looking to keep himself well inside the top 36. Entered this game in 18th position, and he will be rapidly climbing the standings, as he is just in need of one more strike on this 37-foot Johnny Petraglia pattern to notch the dream of a dozen. Bob's wife, Stacy, looking on for this all-important 12th shot. It's left to target. He looks down at his feet, and I think that was more a timing issue than anything for Bob. You see him walking back right there, but 298 on the board for Bob Learn Jr. Game 2 wrapping up. Game 3 coming up next here from Jackson, Michigan.
I know. I don't know. Sometimes he doesn't, but most of the time. Most of the time. It's like, she's here, he has to impress her now. That was a great game. I would love having you as a college student. I'd be like, you need psychology. You need psychology.
Doesn't do it to Jeff. Positive, negative. Like I was watching the Cubs game. Swing it there, and then if they hit his bat, he'll get a hit. But if he threw it in the dirt, he's gonna strike out. So what they did, they didn't get it in the dirt. He hits the ball, gets a single, and drives in the run.
He's the negative positive thinker. He goes, we see, I can do this game. I said, man, I love to have your oh, you would be doing a psychologist.
Ball hits him. You get all of that one.
About that? What's that?
When your ball deflection hits the 6-foot puck. If you have little legs like that, you're back to know. See, I tried. Not this particular case.
Oh, yes.
took that off the original expense report. So that still got paid. Because I had two hotels on there, one for myself and one for Kevin.
Runaway, whatever it was. The first time you went through the shot, this one you soft and hit it. Okay, well that's how it happened.
Different things I've said and asked. They didn't give me my triple points here. They didn't give me the triple ones. They gave me the single ones. And my diamond stats points. And then the 100 didn't get my other. I never threw and set some points. The same guy was triple points was just a promote the hotel was running itself at a rate. It's a hotel.
Well, we showed you Bob Learns 298 during game 2, and outside of flow zone coverage, there was another gentleman throwing a multitude of strikes, and that was Dale Schuda. Down on lanes 15 and 16. Here's Schuda stepping up in the 10th frame on the front 9. And you see attacking this Johnny Petraglia pattern with the ball that's floating to the outside part of the lane. That one he got a little left from where he was previous. Still got the ball to hold pocket. And then that one right on target line, flush 10 back, and there is perfection for Dale Schuda in game 2. So game 1 gave us a 300 from Joel Carlson. Game 2 from Dale Schuda. And those are the 2 perfect games thrown in this event to this point, as we had 0 perfect games thrown on day 1. Don't forget, tomorrow night here in Jackson at the Michigan Shakespeare's Festival, King Lear begins its run. Some of the best Shakespearean actors from Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana coming together for that performance.
Nothing will come of nothing. Speak again. course, applies to both King Lear and Casher's Round. 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, live on FloBowling. Full day of action tomorrow. And then just when you think the tournament's over, Phil, another one starts Saturday, the PBA50. Competing Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And then right on to Fort Wayne for another PBA50 event.
Yeah, and that's scheduled for the PBA60 event here at Jax 60. Pretty tight schedule. Practice session for the players on Saturday morning, right now. The first round of qualifying Saturday afternoon, 4 p.m. Eastern. And right back for their second 7-game qualifying block, 11 a.m. Eastern on Sunday. Then we'll cut to our top 24 players for strictly match play. 16 games of match play over 3 rounds. First round Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern. Second round Monday, 11 a.m. Eastern. Third round, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. And then the top 5 bowlers will advance to the stepladder final, 6 p.m. Eastern time, Monday night. And the interesting part about that PBA50 David Smalls Jax 60 National Championship in memory of Mel Wolfe, they'll be bowling on the 42-foot Chris Paul pattern. So basically, you're looking at a lane pattern that is similar in length and oil ratio to a house pattern. An 8-to-1 ratio, inside to out. Lots of oil in the pattern. And scores should be at a very high pace for those PBA60 players here in Jackson.
But every year at the Chris Paul Show, we see the best players in the world struggle on that pattern, while French Montana strikes at will. So I agree, should be, but we'll see how it actually plays out.
Will anybody consult with French Montana for lane play strategies prior to that PBA60 event? We'll find out if anybody's made the phone call, the text message, drop the Snapchat, whatever it takes to get that competitive advantage over the rest of your players here.
Well, that event is in Fort Wayne, Indiana, which is fairly close to Ronnie Russell, who was, of course,
that event's here.
Here.
Chris Paul is here. Dick Weber is in Fort Wayne.
Oh. Well, Ronnie Russell was.
Ronnie's still not that far away. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, Ronnie's less than 2 hours from here.
So I'd call Ronnie. Call French.
Buy him a tank of gas. Come on, Ronnie, come on up. Give me some advice on how to play this Chris Paul pattern. But once again, all players in a single squad, no player receiving any type of advantage just from the lane conditioning alone. You're still going to have to execute good shots and make your transitions. And once again, there's going to be some pairs with 5 players on a pair.
It's too many, Phil.
Yeah. There's 27 pairs in use for this event, and it will be the same for the PBA60 National Championship. And if we had 4 players in a pair, that would be 27 pairs, 4 players in a pair, 108 players. But the current roster sits at 110 bowlers.
Oh, that's not that bad.
So it would be a similar situation to what we have for this event, with 1 or 2 pairs of lanes having 5 on a pair.
5 is too many.
I could quote someone we both know very well that likes to call 5 on a pair amateur bowling. I'm going to leave that player's name nameless, but not a fan of the 5 on a pair at professional events. Well, you need 7.5 degrees of lean for a pin to be felled properly according to USBC regulations. And Scott Greiner got the 7.49. Actually, it was 7.48 on the tilt because, that 0.02% of something can really make a difference on whether something falls or whether it remains in place. Once again, we thank the fans that stop by the Flow Zone booth while at events. But we do ask two things when you visit the booth. First, if we have our headphones on, we are monitoring the broadcast or actually speaking or getting ready to speak. And second, the most important thing of all, please, and I must insist, please, wash your hands before visiting the booth. Dave Hahn, formerly a minister in Birmingham, Alabama, to go along with his part-time professional bowling career. And Hahn started his day inside the top 36, but he's fallen back. He's 14 under the day, 90 to the positive overall. Hahn currently in 51st position. Let's give you the rundown of the current top 10. Joel Carlson slowed down a little bit after his opening 300 through 199 in game 2, but Carlson's still your leader at plus 374 overall. Harry Sullivan's up in the second, plus 368. Looks like the week of rest last week for Harry. Got him a bit recharged. Mark Williams third at plus 328. Our day one leader, Steve Jaros, only 10 over on the day for his first two games. But he finds himself in fourth at plus 325. Ryan Schaefer in fifth at plus 299. Learn Jr., Lesko, Foley, Kent, and Bone the third round out the top 10. And it's pretty tight between 5th and 10th, only 9 pins separating those spots right now. A single pin could be crucial, determining our top 8 and getting those 2 rounds of buys in the Matrix of Fairness for tomorrow, as tightly bunched as we are through 10 games of competition. Other notables, Walter Williams Jr. up to 16th at plus 236. Brian Voss in 18th, plus 230. Lenny Borsch Jr., 63 over on the day to get to 23rd place at plus 200. And the man on the number right now, 36th place. It's a tie, but the man that would get it would be Pete Weber, as Johnny Petraglia, who is also at the plus 150 that Pete is at. Petraglia, a super senior, therefore no tiebreaker would be needed in that case. Other notables outside the top 10, but trying to make a run, or outside the top 36, but trying to make a run into it. Eugene Mccoon in 39th at plus 140. Michael Haugen Jr. in 40th at plus 137. And Charlie Tapp, PBA Tour champion, in 45th at plus 113. Oh, there went the excitement towards anybody getting 300 in Game 3 between Tom Baker and John Marsala, both ending their strings. Baker in the 7th, Marsala in the 6th. No other perfect games running at this time, but Joel Carlson trying to bounce back off of his 199 Game 2 after starting with 300. Carlson has a chance for 279. Getting into the 9th frame here on Game 3. He's outside of flow zone coverage. We'll get Joel Carlson into the flow zone coming up in Game 5 of qualifying. Keith Lesko here, 16 over on the day. Tied with Bob Learn Jr. at plus 297 overall. And Weber needs to make a huge move, as he's currently sitting on the number, and he's having a game that is a little rough on the eyes right now. 30 years ago this week on the PBA Tour. The tour is at Wichita, Kansas, North Rock Lanes. And the title match of the $150,000 Wichita Open. It was a battle back and forth between Tony Westlake and Amleto Monticelli. And Monticelli stuck out a 204-196 win. Monticelli fired first in the 10th frame, had a chance to win. If he could have doubled in the 10th, got the first one, left the 10 pin on the second shot. That left an opening for Westlake to throw a double and 9 in the 10th. Westlake got the first strike, but left his own 10 pin on the second ball of the 10th to let Monticelli escape with his 4th title at the time. Of course, Monticelli, 20 titles overall. And that was the first time that the PBA had been to Wichita in 19 years. And of course, PBA has been to Wichita numerous times since that 1989 Wichita Open. 30 years ago this week on the PBA Tour, Monticelli was your champion. More fun facts coming up in Game 4. And later on today, we'll talk more about the upcoming Go Bowling at PBA Tour FloBowling Summer Tool schedule for the USBC Cup.
Not bad, Kiesel.
plus, that's all. And just keep chipping away. there for a while, so.
Here's your 11-game scoring update. Get your results either through the results tab at PBA.com, results tab FloBowling.com, live scoring link, PBA.com. Joel Carlson, 167 over for his first 3 today. Finished with 268 in game 3. That gets Carlson up to plus 442. Harry Sullivan second, plus 402. Mark Williams third at plus 364. Our day one leader, Steve Giles, still hangs in fourth at plus 358. Parker Bone, the third, up into fifth at plus 348. Schaefer, Kent, Schisler, Learn Jr., and more round out your top 10. Keith Lesko, he's dropped back into a tie for 10th, plus 300. Still well within range of being able to get in that top 8 if he can start stringing some strikes together again. And your cut number in 36th currently, Giant Petraglia at plus 163. Petraglia and Mike Keogh are at that same number. However, Keogh going a little farther backwards than Petraglia today. And Keogh would actually get that 36th spot. Both players at plus 163, but Petraglia, a PBA50 member, he would be counted as the first PBA60 Extra 8 player if that tie would have happened at the end of our 16th game of qualifying. No roll-off would have been necessary. Other notable players in the field include Brian Kretzer in 15th, Walter Ray Williams Jr. in 16th, Steve Hoskins in 17th. Lenny Borsch and Brian Voss tied for 20th, and an all-important 24th position, as that gets you the morning off tomorrow in the Matrix of Fairness. That right now is Sammy Ventura. Sammy at plus 217 in the number 24 spot, just 10 pins up on Terry Metzner. Once again, full standings, PBA.com, FloBowling.com. And don't forget to get your latest news on all things PBA at both PBA.com and FloBowling.com. Of course, this week at FloBowling.com, quality podcast with Tim Berg talking to Pete Weber about his 2019 to this point with all things bowling and otherwise. You also check out your power rankings and catch replays of any of the action you may have missed over this past weekend from both the Spectrum Lanes Open in Wyoming, Michigan, and the Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles from Houston, Texas. And don't forget, it's still not too late for you to give at strikingagainstbreastcancer.org. This was the 20th anniversary tournament for that event. And if you're looking to add a few dollars to the $1 million already given over the 20 years to help fund and support research of new innovations in the treatment and cure of breast cancer, you can do that through the Give Now link at strikingagainstbreastcancer.org. You can make a donation through PayPal. And even though there wasn't a 300-game bowl during the match play round in Houston, that $100 I said I was going to give for $300, I'm still going to give that. And I encourage you to give a donation no matter what size as well at strikingagainstbreastcancer.org. Here's one of our 5 sums in the event this week. Walter Ray Williams Jr. having a good week. Jeff Johnson currently sitting in 19th at plus 241. Dick Grant, he's in one of the extra 8 spots right now. 43rd overall, plus 128. Giant DeSantis with some work to do. DeSantis currently the tie for 75th at plus 26. We mentioned earlier, Foley having one of his best runs to this point in 2019. Foley currently sitting in 12th overall at plus 285.
good shots all over the place.
Get out. Yes. Yes.
They just told me just right now, just started looking way more than they were. They even moved farther left on the side of what these are. Dave can hit the lane if he wants. Oh, yeah. But he can't play that shot. That makes it You know who he is? Not really. That's Turbo 2.
He had
He owns Turbo. First two games good buddies.
I guess it don't matter if people are
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Most of these guys are out of this
Where's that?
Detroit.
No, I wanted to know.
Down around Detroit. I don't think it's in Detroit, but it's another little city.
Yeah. Yeah, ain't nothing actually from
Yeah, but Dave, he owns Turbo. He's a super senior. He's in his close to 70, I think. He's trying to control me this over, right? Just like that. Yeah, he did. He flattened it out and tried to go straight shot.
Well, we were just in Houston last week with the PBA Tour. We joined forces with the PWBA for that striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. And 35 years ago this week on the Go Bowling PBA Tour, we were right back at Copperfield Bowl in Houston. And it was a star-studded top 5. Mark Baker, Steve Fair, Henry Gonzalez finished in 5th, 4th, and 3rd, respectively. Championship match, Marshall Holmen against Brian Voss. And Holmen had no chance against Voss in that championship match. Holmen could only muster a 189 game, while Brian Voss fired 244. And Voss took down the title in Houston 35 years ago this week on the Go Bowling PBA Tour. Some other notables, and they're finished in the field that week. Pete McCordick was 7th. Del Ballard Jr. was 9th. Tom Baker 18th. And Mike Albee 21st in that event.
We went into Lauderdale, and I went on their jungle cruise.
says, you know, he says, I've been here 2 years, I've never seen it all. It just sits there. You know, I laugh because you go down through there, there'll be a bunch of little kids, some of them like this, and they're waving to you. And I said, what's the chance of that kid? You know, standing by the yacht.
I tell you what, that Buffalo thing was a blast down there. I'm going to take my brother-in-law and sister on it when they come down to visit us.
Well, our kids, my daughters, they don't always look at shit to give us for Christmas, you know. They give us that for Christmas. We took it. Christ, I'd take it again. Food was good. Oh, yeah.
Even the entertainment was kind of fun too, though.
Yeah, they were comedians, you know. Yeah, they were very nice. Actually, ribs was good food. Ribs was pretty good.
Good save, Tommy.
Saved that one, didn't we?
Yeah, but that was a lot of fun. And my brother-in-law, we went out to dinner with them. We took him out to dinner when we were down in my expo. He's still good friends of mine. My first friends. I've hung out with them. I used to go down there and visit them. They live in a plantation.
Okay.
When my kids were little, I would take them on vacation down there and let them in and let them see it because, you know, the wife, my ex-wife, she never did anything. So I was still good friends with them. We took them out to dinner last year. We went down there and they work for a Hardy dealer down there. Candy works up front. Dave works in sales back in something. They're both retired, done, you know, kind of retired, just doing their job. And Dave said the guy that owns that Hardy dealership has a 280 Ford truck up in top. It won't even fit where the other guys are in there in that marina down there. You can't even park it down there.
What are you
It's
doing?
too big.
Jeez. Well, let's see. The year before last, we had a Valentine's dinner. We went down to Lauderdale by the sea. And I think we ate out Cuba. Good place to go. You don't go all the time, but it was pretty nice. Good food. There's always places to eat out.
My son
45 minutes to move stuff and sending us to rush.
Chain was off.
First 2 games, I punched out the team this year. The first game, I only shot 69. The second game, lower 7 times. Then I shot 2 of them.
Sounds to me like a case to throw it better.
Yes. So I'm actually thinking about going back to melee jazz. Melee jazz.
Yeah, that ball. That was a big joke we told this team. Corey Hines, James Voss, and Jerry Waddell. And the big joke was the only thing I had to get down the lane corner when I faced the PBA3 and how good I was throw one of those. It's funnier in my head.
Yesterday, I'm slapping the 10. Off hits today, I'm not slapping 10. Okay.
I've been keeping an eye on the board. Close enough.
They just shot 220, so they're not going to 190. That's a good. That's good.
Okay, you'll be close. Yeah. We'll get you in there. I want you to top it.
Well, I'm working on that. I do have.
Like 230.
It's like, I could 60 to 70 over the last week. Yeah. It's not like I'm missing it.
And they're coming to you.
They came to me yesterday. Oh, right underneath the feet. Today I'm going to try to catch it again. Because I didn't go to that melee jab until 6, 7, and 8.
Okay. Let's do something.
And I probably should have pulled it out.
Yeah. Let's go.
Why should it be changed? What's this, game 5?
Yeah.
Seems like it's game 12.
I put you on 61 and 62. That's reserved for VIP stuff.
I keep waiting for him to do that.
I know that everything with your football ball in the right place. You're fine. Rated on it. right. I figured that, but it's okay. Listen, I just don't want you talking. I just don't want you talking like this. I don't want that reputation. I schedule golf outings with the sun. That's right. Adam. Hey, but you don't see what's
Just wasn't quite enough. Then I went to the cutting edge, which rolled it. Then that stopped, and then I finally down to this end because I remembered good. And I had to go to a strong ball. So I probably end up going back to the full hammer.
we still got about 5 minutes.
Becca shows?
This is very true.
Becca shows?
The PBA website is 978-343, but they haven't updated it. 26 of the items last year. Right, but here it should be right. It doesn't include Dave Smalls, but it was 9,980,000.
lot of games in 4 weeks.
We'll have your Game 12 scoring update shortly as we've entered our halfway point of this round. A man looking to make an impression on the halfway point, Larry Verbal, stepping up in the 10th frame of Game 4 on the front 9. This could be our third 300 game of the day. He's got the first one down. Take a look at that deep line he's using on the Petraglia pattern, letting that ball float out to about 7th board on the new lane surface here at Jax 60. And this is to finish the dream of a dozen. The chase of 300 is now firmly locked for Larry Verbal as he throws a perfect game in Game 4 of this qualifying round. And that moves Verbal into the top 36. That's a huge game for him. Took him from being 29 under on the day to 71 over on the day, plus 196 overall. So Verbal needs to keep pushing forward if he wants to stay in that top 36 and make the cut tomorrow. Here are your 12-game standings once again. PBA.com, FloBowling.com, your two places to get those scores updated on a game-by-game basis. Joel Carlson, just averaging, 254 for the day. He's at plus 214 on the day, plus 489 overall. Parker Bone averaging just short of 250 on the day. Parker Bone's at plus 426 in second. Harry Sullivan's third, plus 418. Ron Moore in fourth, plus 379. Ron Moore with a win here this week. He would lock up the PBA50 Player of the Year title, regardless of other players' performances during the last PBA60 events of the year. Mark Williams in fifth at plus 364. Schaefer, Jaros, Kent, Kretzer, Chell round out your top 10, and it is going to be a close fight for that number 8 spot, as right now Doug Kent is in that 8 spot, plus 332. You can go all the way back to Keith Lesko in 15th and still be within 40 pins of Doug Kent for that number 8 spot. Of course, with the matrix of fairness tomorrow, the other two important cut lines. 24th position, that's currently Jeff Johnson at plus 242. And the number 36 spot, that's Mike Keogh at plus 179. And Keogh has a lot of competition sitting right outside 36th position, including Eugene Mccoon in 38th, P. Weber in 39th, and Tom Baker in 45th. Of course, Baker being a super senior, he's inside the extra 8 cut right now with 4 qualifying games remaining.
Yeah, okay, it's right here. You want something? is 43. Dad's 45 and Tom's 55.
What can I say? Mire,
Michael Craig out of Westerville, Ohio. Long way to go, short time to get there. He's minus 39 after 12 games. He's looking at his bowling in this competition ending today. Of course, we mentioned Schaefer currently in 6th. John Dudek, he's got a ways to go if he wants to get one of those super senior extra 8 spots. Dudek sitting at plus 62 right now. At the last super senior spot, sitting on Johnny Petraglia and Michael Tweed Sr. at plus 124. Boy, I hope we don't have a tie for that extra 8th spot, because that would require a roll-off, and that means somebody's going home without a check after that extra game. Brian LeClaire, 183 over on the day to get the plus 248. 239, 269, 196, 279 for LeClaire this morning, considering he was only 65 over on the day yesterday. It's been quite the improvement for LeClaire on this round. Of course, this is his last chance to try to tie Walter Ray for most titles on the 2019 PBA 50 Tour season. Walter Ray leading with 3. Brian LeClaire currently sitting at 2. Of course, Walter Ray taking down the first 3 tournaments of 2019 with the Giant Petraglia BBL Open, the PBA50 National Championship, and the PBA50 Mooresville Open. Joel Carlson, no one's going to forget that exciting championship match at the Hamilton Lanes and Entertainment Center Open for a very long time, as Carlson took down Ron Moore after a 279 to 279 tie. Carlson took down the roll-off. Mike Diaz in a battle of lefties in the Northern California Classic. Diaz took out Parker Bone III in the championship match in the PBA50 Northern California Classic. In the star-studded USBC Senior Masters. I even say star-studded even though Gary Faulkner was in the field. Stoney Baker got through Norm Duke, but then fell to Amleto Monticelli in the championship match to let Monticelli take another major PBA 50 Tour title. And the Scandinavian battle at the Suncoast PBA Senior US Open, Tori Torgerson took out Mika Koivuniemi in the championship match to take home that major. Then after the 3-week break, PBA 50 Tour got back in the Midwest. Brian LeClaire took down titles back-to-back events at the River City Extreme Open and the South Shore Open. Ron Moore stopped Walter Ray Williams from getting his 4th title of the season and his record-setting 15th PBA 50 title overall, as Ron Moore took down his 11th career title at the David Smalls Championship Lanes Classic. And then Eugene Mccoon last week took out Lenny Borsch Jr. in the championship match to win his first official PBA 50 title. Of course, Mccoon had won the South Shore Open in 2018, but he did that with a lapse in his PBA membership. Therefore, no official credit for that PBA 50 title in 2018 for Mccoon. But his banner up along the runways here at Jax 60 this week after his win in Wyoming.
56 tighter, I think.
Season recap.
That's right, yeah.
I understand. I'd like to feel that way. Right. That's exactly what I'm pissed off about. Is they don't ask us what we need. That's why I want to ask. I want to get shorter. There's a regional 90 miles, 60 miles from my house. You'd be able to put that in the Facebook page for me today and relax on the page. Follow the country, so it's not a problem. Bruce Hall, well, that would just be right. 13.86 with a degree of difficulty of 2.6. Because with swimming, they have seven judges. You drop the top two scores, the bottom two scores, you add the other three scores together. For diving, I'm sorry. Judges for diving. Yeah, they have seven judges, they drop the top two scores, the bottom two scores, and they add the other three scores together, multiply it by the degree of difficulty, and that's how they score. Gymnastics is kind of similar because they actually have base scores on certain routines that you can earn at the ball segment, and then they make different reductions and they make stuff from there. So it's not as judgmental as it used to be. That gymnastics, the scoring competition. almost have to dehydrate yourself where your body doesn't function. You're way in and here's when he's getting to see the whole
From here you go down to 11.
kids is running around. Yeah. We'll get something to eat. Huh? We'll get something to eat. We don't bother going So they're on intermission. The Mavs have their slates Where's the javelin catch? Why are they standing in the field right there? That's going to get snapped.
Too much of that. What?
You doing? Honestly, I'm paying attention to
Just rolling up until he gets out of here.
Got it. A good learning experience, eh, Dave? Dog runner?
haven't looked at
Was up there, and now he's there.
I haven't looked at none of the scoring yet. So.
Just 3 games remaining in qualifying. If you want to see Matrix of Fairness competition tomorrow, you better finish in that top 36 with that extra 8 by the time you're done with that last game of qualifying today. 13-game scoring update. New leader, Parker Bone III. Parker 244 over for his first 5 games today, plus 471 altogether. Joel Carlson plus 468. Harry Sullins plus 456. Ron Moore plus 426. Mark Williams plus 402. Round out your top 5. Chell, Jaros, and Schaefer will be the players along with our top 5, getting 2 byes tomorrow in the Matrix of Fairness, a competition that ended after 13 games. However, they need to bowl 3 quality games to stay within that top 8, as Bob Learn, Steve Hoskins, Ricky Schisler, and Doug Kent, all players very close to that top 8. And your cut number with 3 to go, Gary Faulkner found some talent that game. And he's in a 3-way tie with Michael Haugen Jr. and Charlie Tapp, but that is for 34, 35, 36. At that plus 211 number, Pete Weber, 16 pins out. Eugene McCoon, 17 pins out. And Larry Verbal, who had a perfect game in Game 4, gave a lot of it back in Game 5. Verbal now finds himself 26 pins outside the number.
This is you. All the time, that's you. You gotta come up like this. Come up like this.
And when I do that, you see me when I did it the correct way too. You see it when I got his strike. Okay, well, what causes that shit to do here, right here? Listen, it is. Can't get it loose. Well, you're gonna have to.
All you gotta do is just think. But
You gotta think of something that you gotta go out.
Rod told me that in the PBA, Edie Davis, she told me, she said, don't get me wrong, you know, I'm watching you, and you're doing everything right, but there's one thing you're doing wrong. And I said, what's that? You're not reaching for the skyline. And I said, well, I'm trying. I'm going to tell you something. This is what I want you to do. Every time when you're up here in bowl, okay? Think about it. Think about it. You go out there. What do you do when you see somebody? What do you do?
You shake hands.
That's the first one. You shake hands with them, okay? Shake hands with them, okay? And the second one, after you release the ball, okay? When that hand comes up, think that your enemy's out there. Fuck you. That's what she said. Oh, wow. Every time when I throw the ball now,
I mean, if you have a bad game because of that, that's just the linger business. Yeah, I've been doing that quite a bit lately, man. I noticed that. That shit, man. And then the step 2, you're starting off on this foot, I'm trying to do 4, and not sliding like this, that's throwing you off and everything too. Instead of keeping that ball out. Because when you, I'll find out. I'll start correcting some of the things. What happens if I start shooting in the deuces? People think that I'm a sandbagger all the time. I don't sandbag.
What happened?
Can't believe Weber. Weber don't give a shit, man. You think Weber?
shooting balls. He just gets away with it because he's been doing it all his life since he's a kid. You know, but they ain't gonna cut it out here. He'll die out here, wouldn't he? No, he'll die out here. Jack, bowling like that out here, he'll die.
Jack couldn't help but pray.
Like that style there that he's got.
Jack's old.
He has to rely on that. He relies on that. This is so far right. On the right side over there. Not on the left side, on the right side. Don't know what arrow we're doing now.
And you just get the same line, but try. Okay. I think you'd be better off going here. Because you've already been this, snapping at the back. I think you'll be a little bit better with this one.
Do some more practicing. Go bowl with the middle. Bowl with the middle.
Want to give me your coat black when you get a chance? I mean, when you get a chance.
Walk her a little bit and then get out of here.
He's down the other way.
Todd Chell, a nice comeback last game, 278 for Chell. Stopped a bit of a slide. Got him back up into the top 8, currently sitting in 6th at plus 397. Tracy Teeters going to need a huge last 3 games, as Teeters currently sitting at plus 51, 71st place. Jim Pitts plus 8 and 81st. And Gary Ray, his competition will end at the conclusion of qualifying this afternoon.
Set this on the outside, and it's gonna lay there, and it'll flip without a problem. Right there when I let it go, yeah, it's laid there and
Here's the man currently in second place on the standings with Joe Carlson. Crossing with Harrington, Hewlett, and Hall. Bruce Hall currently occupying one of the extra 8 spots in 41st place. Bill Hewlett, he's still in striking range. He's at plus 60, but he's going to need a strong finish to grab one of those extra 8 spots. And Don Harrington well inside the top 36 currently. Harrington is sitting at plus 264 in 23rd position. Harrington, his best finish so far in 2019 was a 13th place finish at the PBA50 Northern California Classic. He's had some good regional hits though recently. A couple of top 10 finishes in Fairborn and Freeport, Illinois around a couple of PBA50 National Tour stops. And a 12th place finish at the stop in Arlington Heights on the regional tour. That was between our Monticello and Hammond stops. So a pretty good summer so far for Don Harrington.
That won't work, Doug. No, sorry.
Oh, we're in the wrong spot today, ladies and gentlemen. Todd Chell, his Culver's franchise in Belvedere, Illinois. Today's flavor of the day there, dark chocolate decadence. Todd, is there any way we could ship a couple of cords here really quick? Oh, it's one of my favorites from Culver's. Of course, Todd, a longtime owner of that Culver's franchise. in Belvedere, Illinois. Chell from nearby Roscoe. Todd, not only a bowler, but also a sponsor of bowling. He's one of the biggest sponsors of the Beloit Daily News Tournament just across the border in Wisconsin. The Culvers here in Jackson, Michigan, flavor of the day, not too shabby either. Brownie Thunder. Chunks of chewy brownies, ribbons of old-fashioned salted caramel collide with vanilla, fresh frozen custard. All right, I'm out of here. Going to get a pint. See you in Game 7. Carlson trying to get that run back into the lead. Carlson working on a six-bagger, make it 7 now. Since an open frame in the first. Only 2 players have a higher block to this point for today's 5 previous games of qualifying than Carlson. That is the man that passed him, Parker Bone III. And the man that's not too far behind, Ron Moore. Parker Bone at 244 to the plus, Moore 215 to the plus today. Carlson 193 to the plus. And Harry Sullins, who's only 12 pins behind Carlson. Sullins is 183 over on the day. So the players there on the top of the field are the ones with the big moves during today's second day of qualifying. And once again, it doesn't matter if you're first, doesn't matter if you're 8th. As you're going to be starting that modified match play round 2 tomorrow at the same total at the 8 players coming into that round. We'll have
0.
Oh, a slight chance for Carlson to pass Bone once again for the lead of the event. as Parker Bowen finished his 6th game with 248, so Carlson would need 252 or greater to make the pass. Of course, doesn't really mean much after this qualifying day, whether you're 1st or 8th. The only thing is, first place gets the headlines at PBA.com and FloBowling.com. 8th place, it's just see you tomorrow. So 2 games of qualifying remaining, some player movement, and we'll get our first look today at some players in the flow zone, including Doug Kent and Brian Voss. A couple first looks here in the flow zone as we roll on with the PBA50 Dave Smalls Jax 60 Classic presented by Track.
Yes, much better.
I'm fighting it too. I know the feeling.
That last pair was a rough one.
Yeah. Most of my issues today is between my ears.
Oh, that's a tough one. Yeah, that's hard. Big part of the game.
goodness gracious. It's like, and why I can't do that all night. Let's finish strong the last frame and in the last 2 games. 303. Mike's at
131.
1 plus 119. And he might make the senior. But he's like in 50th place. And
You got my shoe cover, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's underneath it. I always forget that I put it under there. It's nice and warm.
I'll meet you down at 11. Yeah, everything else is in here. Let your ball go. I want to finish you. I want to watch you finish strong.
I just moved in here.
I guess you're good.
Is there a restroom on this end? Or the drive-through right there?
There was a men's right there, so I'm thinking there might be a women's around to the right.
I'll go look.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
gonna
a
leave this
men's
set
right
here.
there.
What was the complaint now? So that,
The other guy that was calling in, they're all the same thing. I'm like, well, I gotta blame somebody.
catch your ball.
Oh, a little Sammy V, a little two-time runner-up this year. Runner-up in Clearwater, runner-up in Hammond for Mr. Ventura. Sammy, though, having a good climb up the standings today. Got the 14-game update in. And Sammy's up in the 15th place. He's 233 over on the day to get the plus 350 overall. Schisler having a good day as well. Schisler in 17th at plus 347. Brian Voss sitting currently in 6th at plus 411. And McCreadle needs to get a lot in 2 games. He's sitting at plus 47, 74th position. I don't know why suddenly the term B just popped into my head, but I'm going to grab a cup after that. He's going to bribe Dave Small with Twizzlers, but he's walking away. That got your attention. He said I was going to bribe you with Twizzlers, but you're too busy walking away.
Where's my Rice Krispie treats?
I don't have them this time. My wife made peanut butter cookies, and they're out in my car.
Get out. Where are my Rice Krispie treats?
She didn't have time to make them for me, sir. I had to turn around and get here right from Houston, Texas.
I used to like your wife.
Uh-huh.
I used to love your wife.
Yeah,
actually.
well, it's true, yeah.
Well, now it's kind of a love-hate relationship.
Oh, that's fine. I'll work on it. I'll see if she can FedEx some or something like that.
Careful, I'm coming in. I'm bored.
Uh-oh.
Sammy Ventura with a 9 count.
Yeah. Your slider says guest. Your slider's just to the left of mine. That's all the way up.
Oh, I have to do the work now.
Well, you can then you say you're a qualified sound operator for FloBowling, so you can add that to your resume. Not just are you a bowling center proprietor, but you're also an A1 sound tech.
Oh, yay me. Hello, beautiful people.
Hey, Dave Small. It's a gorgeous day here in Jackson, Michigan.
It is. It's beautiful outside. 75 degrees, no humidity, and 68 in the bowling center with lots of good bowling today.
Yeah, 3 300s already today. We've seen highlights of all those here on the Flow
bowling.
Zone. Oh, you're in the Flow Zone, sir.
Oh, I'm in the Flow Zone?
Yes, indeed.
Actually, here is the general manager. Josh, come here. Josh, come here. Don't make me climb over this table and kick your butt. I'm going to give Josh the mic for a few minutes.
Oh, all right.
Oh, no, you can stand out there. No, I'm not getting up. No. It doesn't work that way. Once I sit, I sit. So I'm going to pass it over to him.
All right.
Now you can tell how miserable I am and how awful I am.
Well, everybody knows how miserable and awful you are, Dave, when you yell it into my mic that's still live. Hi, Josh Sullivan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Pretty good, sir. You're doing a wonderful job for us. First-time host here on the PBA50 Tour in Jack 60. And how do you tolerate Dave Small?
Well, I'd like to talk about that on the air, but there might be kids watching.
Well, I mean,
Well,
as long as they're legal substances, that's fine.
Put it this way. My wife's a teacher, so we have a steady supply of wine in the house.
There you go. That works well.
No, Dave's actually a really good guy to work for. He's the first person in a long time to give me a chance, and he knew how much I love bowling. And now I get to live my dream. I get to watch these guys I grew up watching on TV every day. They're in my center for 8 days, man. It couldn't be better.
Yeah, the great pro-am you had the other night. What was it like putting together your first pro-am here in Jackson?
It was a headache, giant headache. We had entries rolling in until the day of. It was kind of crazy. Everybody's a little last minute, but it was fun, and I was excited to do it, and I'm glad everybody had a blast.
Yeah, everybody got a nice dinner out of it too. You guys worked into the Pro-Am. That's like a Dave Smalls staple. Dinner at a Pro-Am.
It is, and we racked our brain here at Jack 60 as to what we could do a little different than Dave's done in the past, and I think we put out a pretty good spread of a taco bar, and I think everybody enjoyed themselves.
All right. I asked this to Angie Collop when we were in Anderson. I'm going to ask you the same thing. What's the one thing you want from Dave to go next into your bowling center? Last time she asked for automatic scoring, she got it. Yeah.
See, I got a lot this year, so
understand.
As far as big purchases go, I mean, I wouldn't mind having like a golf simulator up here. That'd be pretty cool.
There we go. I like that, especially during those cold winter months. Guys love to get the clubs out.
Well, we got a ton of golfers that bowl here.
Right.
That's the one thing I hear about. Summer league time. Oh, yeah, I'm golfing. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it, man. I love to golf too. So why not have a golf simulator here?
Or 2.
Or 3.
Right.
Or 24.
No, that's getting a little carried away, Dave. But those golf simulators are, those are some money makers there.
Yeah. No. In all honesty, the first year here has been it's been amazing. We've put a lot of time and effort and a lot of money into this place to get it to where it is, and that's thanks to Mr. Small. He upgraded this place to the 9s. So
Yeah.
I got everything I really need. There's some things I still want, but we've got time.
Yeah. He's got time to make you managing partner as well. I think the job you've done this week, I think there could be a small raise promotion in line.
I mean, at least a bonus maybe.
Well, right, exactly. So, kept everybody happy during the Pro-Am. Bowlers are all happy here. They're hanging around once the rounds are done.
You want a bonus? Let me tell you what your bonus is.
Uh-oh.
Work harder.
Oh. All right. Yeah. Work harder.
More money.
We try to make Dave look a good guy on air, and then he just turns around and just
Yeah, I'm
throws
gonna
it away.
be paying for this one for a couple of weeks now.
Nah, he forgets pretty quickly. Just wait. Just have your wife make Rice Krispie bars, and all's forgiven. That's all it takes. It doesn't take much.
I thought you were going to ask for a kitchen.
Yeah, no. Well, that's already in the plans, Dave. We already got the kitchen in the plans, so no. But I'll have the wife make some food. Actually, that's the one thing about her. He likes her more than he likes me. So.
Well, he likes all of our wives more than he likes us. So.
Oh, so let me tell a quick story, a little history about me and Mr. Small. I was in his center in Noblesville as the operations manager, and he came to me one afternoon and he said, "What's Amber doing tonight?" And I said, "I don't know. She gets out of work about 5." And he said, "Can we do dinner?" And I said, "Sure, I'll give her a call see if she wants to do dinner." So we go out to dinner, and we
McDonald's, Burger King, did he?
Little place called Houlihan's down in Noblesville. Really good food. We fill the table with appetizers. We all get a drink in front of us. And he says, "So, Amber, I got a question for you." And I know nothing at this point. He says, "Would you ever move for Josh?" And she says, "Well, where are you thinking?" And he said, "No, I just need to know, would you ever move?" And she says, "Well, of course, I would. I want him to chase his dreams. I'm a teacher. I can find jobs. I'm living my dream. I want him to live his." He said, "Okay, how's Jackson, Michigan sound?" And she said, "Sounds good. When do we leave?"
Wow. There we go. Got to do it with the support of the family, and now she's your wife. She was just your fiance.
She was just.
then, yeah.
She wasn't even the fiance at that point.
Oh, she wasn't even.
I did
Oh,
not
wow.
even. I didn't propose until after we'd already been here a couple of months.
Wow.
So, yeah.
So it's all thanks to Dave Small that your marriage has now been solidified.
Absolutely.
And your lifelong commitment to each other has now been made.
That is.
That's a beautiful. Hold on, I need a Kleenex or something. I'm getting a tear in the corner of my eye. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful moment.
He has been very supportive of the whole thing, so it's very nice.
That's good to hear, and congratulations on the recent nuptials this past weekend. And
thank you.
Nice to know that Dave gave you a whole 24 hours off to have that.
It was nice. Actually, it was 36.
36.
It was 36. We had the rehearsal dinner here, but I was still kind of working during that 4 or 5 hours. So.
Did he at least give you an employee discount on the dinner?
Well, he actually let me cater it in. He was nice enough to let me do that.
Okay. I thought maybe he'd give you like your dinner for free with 58 others or something like that. I wasn't sure.
That was the original deal until I said, well, let me just have it catered.
Beautiful.
I think you had a nice wedding.
I truly did. It was a very good weekend, and I'm capping off the greatest week of my life by hosting the greatest bowlers in the world, thanks to Mr. Small. So I'm super excited.
Yeah, and thanks for everything you've done for getting us here ready in the Flow Zone booth before we were even on air. And you and your staff, great job for us all week, and looking forward to camping out for 5 more days here.
Sounds good. I'm happy to have you guys, and if you guys need anything, you let me know.
We will.
Maybe we can get me some booth time tomorrow. Who knows?
Absolutely. Sounds like a plan, Josh. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome. Love you.
For what?
Now everybody thinks you're a nice guy.
They know better.
So, Dave.
Si, senor.
What's the special this evening in the Mavericks Lounge here? I do like that spelling, Mavrix. Mavericks.
We couldn't fit Mavericks on the board, so we had to shorten it. It's true. I'm serious.
No, that's a beautiful thing.
We had to shorten it. It was kind of funny. We still have the ERICKS back there as well. We had to order an X separate. It was comical. Comical. You know how that goes.
So, no beverage specials tonight?
No, I'm sure Jake's got
Okay.
something cooked up.
All right.
Lord only knows what.
So, once again, who's your pick this week?
Well, my pick yesterday, my pick is Pete Weber.
Yes.
Pete is making a move slowly but surely. He's in 27th. We need to get him to about at least, I'd say 15th. I'd be happy.
Oh, yeah, that's one. Right now, 27th, he's showing up tomorrow morning bright and early.
Yeah, no, he's not very friendly first thing in the morning. My pick finished second. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to, scream into the thing, Jeff. I apologize. But my pick finished second last week, and I don't know, the 160 to 250 to 190 to 160. It just didn't quite do what I needed, but it's all right. It happens.
Yeah. Now, you had the Pro-Am the other night.
Yes.
But tonight, you're having a sweeper where all the bowlers that don't make the cut in this event can bowl against your area bowlers here in Jackson. What brought that sweeper about?
We have a Thursday night sweeper here every week. One of our really good friends of the center. And why did my name just totally blank out? That's real professional. Helps us put it together every week. And Rich Bradley, and he owns Corrosion Specialties in town. We started to put it together. We get about 35 guys. And we put $30 in, and it's $250 on top, $150 second, and there's a high qualifier prize and all kinds of fun stuff. And we thought because obviously we didn't want to cancel it because it's kind of been something we've been enjoying.
Right.
So Sean's very graciously going to re-oil the house for us with the same pattern that they're bowling
beautiful.
on. Because the last thing we want to do is screw with the lane, so
Yeah.
we're going to want to do that. That's why I don't understand why sometimes we change the shot during the Pro-Am to the house pattern. It only takes away from, my opinion, it takes away from what they're bowling on.
Yeah.
So we never change. We always leave the same pattern out the guys are bowling on.
Well, I think the casual league bowlers, your Pro-Am bowlers, they get a little more respect for the professionals when they experience that same lane pattern where they go, wow, this is not easy.
This is not at all what I thought it was.
Yep.
And we had 153 for the Pro-Am, so it was a really nice night, and 54 lanes full, so very happy there. But I think a couple of the guys will bowl tonight. We're hoping for about 20. I'd like to have a nice field of 50 tonight. I'm bowling. I'm bowling tonight. In fact, Josh, Brady, me, Jake, all of us are bowling here.
Okay.
And your favorite girl just walked in the door about an hour ago.
I saw Angie. I said hi.
Miss Angie Collop.
I restrained myself to still sit in my chair. I told her I love what she's done with her hair. My wife did the same thing. Just let the gray come in. Let it happen.
I'm not real crazy about it.
I think it looks
I like
really
her
good on
pink. When she puts her
Oh,
pink
she does
in.
the pink highlights in?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
but
does the pink highlights.
She can still do that now. It would look good with the gray.
Oh, yeah. Pink and gray matches.
So.
But, yeah, she's up here. She brought my...
Well, she came to see her favorite bowler, Brian Voss.
Absolutely her favorite bowler. She loves Brian Voss. In fact, she's sitting in the bar right now watching through the window intently.
Yeah, I have no doubt in my mind. And, of course, well, she's not just here to visit you up here, but there's someone very special in her life that's also part of the management staff here at Jack 60.
Mo Brady, her oldest son.
I think I saw him running around here this morning.
Oh, he's been everywhere. Oh, in fact, there she is.
Oh, there she is. Yes, indeed.
There she is. We were just talking about her. Angie Collop. Come on over. Angie Collop. Angie.
She's waving at you. She's not on the clock right now.
She's always on the clock. Do you want to say hello, Angie? Cammie, would you like to say hello? Hi. Angie says hi. Cammie says hi.
Yeah, they're trying to enjoy. She's trying to watch Brian Voss, and Cammie's trying to find her favorite too.
We're live. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
I don't have it.
You don't have the footage?
I don't
of
have it
Angie getting
right.
kissed?
I don't have it ready.
Oh, I've got a picture on my phone. We can take a picture of it.
Yeah, I can find it, but
exactly.
Hey, how about Mark Sullivan? You're familiar with him being locally in the Minneapolis area for Sullivan. Sullivan's on 55 and 56. He's on the front 7. And we'll have to see how Sullivan proceeds, as he's currently 29th, so he's throwing a big game at a right time, trying to stay in the top 36.
Need a couple of big games right now that some of these guys do. And if you're not shooting 220, you're dropping.
Yeah, right now it's a 215.0 average for Shuda. If we get down to the hundreds on your decimal place, it's 215.07. But Shuda right now, he's got some room because he's a super senior, so he's eligible for the extra 8. Gary Faulkner on the outside looking in right now, though. Faulkner, he's 8 outside the cut. Mike Keogh is 28 outside the cut. Michael Haugen Jr., 29 outside the cut. Larry Verbal had 300 earlier today. He's fallen back out.
Yeah, choker.
Verbal's
He's one of my local bowlers, I can say that.
Verbal's 34 outside the cut right now. So some players that need a big bounce back to get back into that top 36. And a couple players that are really in trouble of not making it. Amala Monticelli had a bad day yesterday. No other way to put it. He's trying to bounce back today. He's 147 over on the day, but he's only plus 139 overall. He's going to need a couple of huge games to get into the top 36. And there is the 8th strike in a row for our roving mystery reporter's favorite player on the PBA50 Tour, Mark Sullivan. I can't believe we scared Angie away that fast.
Oh, well, all you got to do is mention is her favorite bowler, and she runs.
Yeah, she's right back running towards where he's bowling. So,
dun, dun, dun. I'm surprised she hasn't gone on camera yet. Got right in the front of it and flipped you off.
Wouldn't be the first bird seen on the flow zone, and it definitely will probably not be the last. Usually it's just from a player, though, making a symbolic gesture towards a 10-pin at an opportune time.
It's been amazing to watch them migrate today. They were so far out yesterday, and today they're so far in. There's so many different angles being played. Seems to be a lot more hang today than there was yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know if some of the players that were struggling yesterday, they may have switched to some higher flaring equipment. Maybe not necessarily more surface on the ball, but definitely some of them more flare, so it's picking up that oil in the front part of the lane, transferring it to the back. Heard a lot of guys talking about how the front of the lane just started to turn to free hook in like games 2 and 3, where it took 5 or 6 games for that to happen yesterday. And we've seen some players take full advantage of that. Walter Ray's had a huge block. Tom Baker is at a solid block. I mean, Parker Bone, though, geez. Guy's 292 over for 6 games. Not quite averaging 250.
I mean, he's not that good a bowler anyways. Come on.
Yeah.
You know, he's a slacker.
You know, it's hard to believe he hasn't won on tour since he won at your place in 2017.
I know.
That's a 2-year drought for Parker out here on the PBA50 Tour. That's very surprising.
Well, he had a 2-year drought when he won in Anderson, too.
Yeah.
It's been 15 when he won in Mooresville.
So,
but, yeah, he's God, he just looks so good. You can't count Parker out any time unless, you know, the left side of the lane that doesn't exist.
No.
Like they didn't put it in, but he'd figure it away. He looks really good this week.
So when is the regional stop here in Jackson? When's that coming up?
Oh, Lord.
October, right?
I think it's October. Because we have one here, and then I think we finish the season in Anderson.
Okay.
The 60th tournament I've hosted will be here. Jack 60.
So if you're looking at, and there's always in the central region, there's always many of the tour players. If the tour is off, you'll see those PBA Tour stars like E.J. Tackett, Ronnie Russell. They'll make appearances at those central regional events. And you'll get your chance to see them up close and personal if you attend those regional events at either here or in Anderson. You can go to PBA.com and click on the regional schedule tab. and get all your information on regionals that may be near you. I know I'm looking forward to a couple of regionals coming back to Wisconsin for the first time in a couple of years, coming up in September and October. Get a chance to see some of the PBA Tour stars in a little different light.
Slightly different light, absolutely.
Well, a guy that's trying to generate his own light right now is Mark Sullivan. And Sullivan will be stepping up. Dreaming of a dozen, pursuing perfection. Hashtag chasing 300. Sullivan's last 300 game was at the Villages this year, where he threw it during qualifying in the PBA50 National Championship. And he's looking for his third career PBA 50 perfect game. Sullivan turned that stat in the national championship into a 6th place finish. He just missed the stepladder there. And he's here in Jackson. Get that one to go, not this time. But he will continue his run inside the top 24. He's trying to get that bye through Cashers round tomorrow morning. And if he can throw another solid game in the final game of qualifying, we'll see him not until noon tomorrow.
Even I don't get up for the Cashers round.
That is a well-known fact.
No. I don't get here till 9 o'clock. 9:30.
I don't start my commentary till like 10:22 or so. It takes me like 3 good-sized teas in order to get enough caffeine going.
I need my coffee.
Yeah, and it's nice to see you serve coffee by the vat here. My goodness. Good you got coffee yesterday. And I was waiting for, I saw it get set down in front of him. The first thing I thought of is there's no way he's going to get through that entire thing. I still don't know if he did or not, but wow.
I did.
You did get through that coffee, okay. And it looked like a pretty flavorful cup of coffee.
Black coffee, as flavorful as it can be.
It's indeed.
It was good. It was fresh. It was not only was it freshly heated, but it was a fresh water heater. It was the freshest coffee I've ever had.
You couldn't have been served at a more perfect temperature for you?
No, or a more perfect quantity of 73 gallons.
So we're going to let the players get done here.
I'm so going to throw punch him one of these days.
With the 7th game of qualifying.
I love Jeff.
How is it an insult to say I enjoyed your coffee?
I was waiting for the backhanded slap, which normally comes, it was bitter, or something to that effect.
It's supposed to be bitter.
Coffee's never bitter. It's smooth.
Well, we'll be back with more of the great coffee debate in Game 8. Coming.
Oh, man. That hurt.
I know, he just threw his first split in the tenth.
I just seen it today. Wow, you already threw the shot. I just
Tell him you're here yet. Maybe he'll put this on.
right. We'll make this.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. He really needs to get over. Get over. Flip up there. Damn it. Probably not enough. Crap.
Plus 120. Kind of dropped on that one.
Never good when it's minus.
I know. 300. Depends on how much these days.
Look who's here.
Are you pointing at me? She pointing at me?
I said, look who's here.
Plus or over?
Now he's down 120.
120.
Dropped down to 120.
You 300, you got a shot.
Yep. Last game.
300, you got a shot. You can do it. You going anchor? Just skipping one.
Only got to move two pair over to the end.
Okay.
truck.
Yep. I'm in. Thanks, Dave Small. Our new soundboard operator, proprietor extraordinaire, Dave Small. Thanks again for his hosting of this event. Monticelli rushed back from the Pan Am Games. He's coaching the Dominican Republic. And a bad day one's going to cost him any chance of making the cut here at Jax 60. He's currently sitting in 46th after 15 games, plus 173, 71 pins outside the number right now. Doug Kent, however, Kent easily going to make his way into match play round 1 tomorrow, where Camas and Healy are going to be done with their competition after this game is complete. Let's give you your top 10 rundown. Parkavone the third plus 565. Joe Carlson in second, plus 526. Harry Sones third, plus 459. Steve Jaros in fourth, at plus 449. Mark Williams fifth, at plus 444. Moore, Manini, Voss, Kretzer, Chell round out your top 10. And with Voss in eighth, he only has a 8-pin advantage over Kretzer, 18 pins over Chell, to try and hold on to that number 8 spot and get that bye into tomorrow's competition. Next important cut number is 24th. How about the day Pete Weber's having? 214 over for Pete's first 7 games today. That gets Pete up to plus 309 in 24th. But he only has a 9-pin advantage over Jeff Johnson. Pardon me, 11 over Johnson, 12 over McCune, 13 over Harrington for that number 24 spot. And 36th right now is Gary Faulkner, and Warren Eels tied for 35th and 36th at plus 244.
I was supposed to take more of that? Yeah. What am I supposed to?
Pound it down. Live it up, you gotta stay with the action.
I didn't know I was supposed to go nuts.
Yeah. So we got Eels and Faulkner in the 35-36 spots. Obviously, we're taking 36. Michael Snow just 3 pins behind that twosome. Dale Schuta, 22 out. Mike Keogh, 27 out. Bruce Hall, 36 out. But Hall and Schuta are PBA60 members, so barring horrendous games from them, Hall and Schuta is still making through as part of the extra 8. Right now, that extra 8 cut, Ted Steichoff at plus 113. Steichoff, though, does have a bit of a cushion over Chuck Richardson. That cushion being 27 pins. Don Blatchford is 32 behind. Dick Gran, 37 behind. So a little room there for Steichoff. If he can just get out of this game, most likely with matching his average with a 208 game or so, he should have no problem advancing in the Cashers round tomorrow morning. Bo Gergen, though, work to do for Gergen, as he's currently at 266 to the positive. That only has him in 32nd place. Just 22 pins up on the cut number. So I had a chance to talk to Tom Carter, who we'll have in the booth with us tomorrow night during the stepladder finals, about the reason why Parker Bone's been so successful out on the lanes today. He said basically, he goes, first time in a couple of weeks, Parker's really matched up with the equipment in hand. He was a lot of times the last couple of weeks, Parker's either had to slow down to make it shape or really put surface on a ball to make it turn towards the pocket for him. Basically, Tom Carter says the shot's playing right in Parker's wheelhouse. The right pieces in the hand. He doesn't have to do much in the way of hand position adjustments to shape the shot. Just focus on hitting the target and letting the pins fall as they may. And Parker has had a very successful day doing that, as he was 338 pins to the positive after a 205 start, and to put another 333 pins to the plus on the board in just 6 games. Games 2 through 7, 258, 258, 278, 245, 248, 246. And Parker, even though he's out of flow zone coverage right now, Parker's looking at a game that's a little bit subpar from his last 6. But one thing he definitely knows is that he has the morning and early afternoon off, as he and Joel Carlson assuredly will be in match play round 2 tomorrow at 3:15 p.m. Eastern time here on FloBowling. Here's your man on the extra 8 number. Double and a clean through 4, looking to put a double on the board here in the 6th frame. 10-pin says not this time, Ted, but he's just got to worry about keeping it clean. He's got that gap. Back to Richardson, Blatchford, and Gran. And at least the one good thing about having 54 lanes in play, you can't exactly go scoreboard watching for your competition. They may be 10, 12 pairs away from you at any point in time. And that way you can just focus on your own game and your own score instead of worrying about what someone may be shooting at you. Michael Haugen Jr. in danger of missing another cut. Haugen Jr. is 61 pins out with a game to go against his tour roommate, Gary Faulkner. And Mark Sullivan, we saw his big run last game in Game 7 of the Flow Zone where he had the front 9. Vaulted him into 19th place. And Sullivan needs to save this game. He's got 87 in the 5th, but now he's got double in the 6th and 7th. He only has a 26 pin cushion over 24th place Pete Weber. And once again, there's some players right on Weber's tail as well, trying to get the morning off tomorrow. Bo Gergen trying to make sure he still has tournament play tomorrow. He's got a 22-pin cushion on Faulkner in 36th. Problem is, clean with a double has only got you pacing out 2-0, and that might not be enough to keep you in at the rate some of these players are shooting. So our 2018 Player of the Year, Michael Haugen Jr., is not ending his 2019 season on a high note. As Haugen, he does finish with 235, but unfortunately that plus 218 total is going to be well short of advancing to the Matrix of Fairness tomorrow. And Gary Faulkner is working his way into staying into the top 36. Faulkner with the front 7 down in lanes 21 and 22. Mike Kehoe, a big finish, gets in the plus 252. Paul Meelan's his 203 finish has Meelan's also at 252. However, if they tie, doesn't matter because Kehoe's under 60. Meelan's is a 60 player. Meelan's would get in by the extra 8 spot. So no need to worry about a tiebreaker in that case if they do tie for 36th.
But we could still hope for ties at 8 and 24 and the 8th spot of the Super Seniors.
It's not a bad game for a clean game for Stykov. He still has room to strike out in the 9th and 10th to get to 228. if he converts this 4-7, which he does successfully. My little fireball, Mrs. Stykov, cheering him on. Hard to believe that they're old enough to have 50 years of marriage in for the Stykovs this year. Congratulations once again.
Yeah. In just 10 years, their marriage could be bowling cashers round.
Just watching Doug Kent finish over on 55 and 56. Kent's going to be in the 2 teens if he strikes out, but he's well in. He was 14th coming into this game at plus 378, so he'll have the catcher's round off tomorrow morning. Heck of a day for Sammy V, 244 to the plus. Today, 361 overall. And Sammy, even with a game in the 170s, still going to be enough to stay in the top 24, as he's got a 52 pin advantage over Weber in that spot. So we're going to let the bowlers finish up their 8th game of qualifying. We will get all scores totaled. And if there's a tie for any positions, we'll bring that roll off here in the flow zone. Otherwise, enjoy the sights and the ambient sounds of Jax 60. As we wrap up qualifying in the PBA50 Jax 60 Classic presented by Track. Thanks again to Dave Small for hosting. And if there's no ties, Matrix of Fairness tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
So I know, it's so
If
stupid
you
how they do
if
this.
you'd have punched out, Voss would have made double the standing. I don't know what the other. It was Brian Kretzer, Brian Voss, and Brian McGee were the three out of here. I don't know what the other two.
There's so many, there's so many different scoring systems out there. I mean, you see the reports all the time. They all work differently. You can't just read like a scoreboard at a gym where hey, it's fair play, plug it in and everything. I'm not going to have meeting one. Right. So, yeah. So, no, unfortunately, that's impossible to do with there's one guy in Sweden that figured something out for some of these scoring systems, but people just don't want to pay the money. Which is good because then they're paying money to you. I mean, if somebody's, at least he's not going overseas. I think it's Sweden. Enjoy the evening. Except the eyebrows, because you don't and like two-tone, because this will just pale white. This is the email I sent Dave that he had properly reflected right at the top. Hey, VP Immediate, deal with all that. Yeah, I know. It is still his title, isn't it? Yeah, VP Immediate. Turn them a little bit because I said it was Midwest Oaks, it's not Midwest Oaks. It would be I do have like a couple bottles.